Kablam! Back. Maybe. Are things working? Is anything as it should be? Who can say? My camera is off center. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all having a good day today. Oh, my glasses are messed up. We're back for more stream. I don't know what's going on with Wasted. His feed in OBS seems to think there's a stream going, but every other source I've looked at says that he's not streaming, so I don't know. It could be playing some kind of previous stream, I guess. We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. He was meant to be around today. I'm running a bit late, though. We might do a little work on some more tiny marines. We might start prepping the plasma boy, the plasma boys, and the rocket boys, ones with missile launchers. We'll do some more work on our building here. These things we don't need. But I thought today we might focus a bit more on the planes. See if we can get some more work done on the bomber squadron here. And we might even do some more work on the old Thunderhawk. We'll see how we go. That's a plan, at least. So I hope everyone's having a good day today. If you're doing any hobbies, make sure to let us know. I do need to get the mob of marines out of the way. I do still need to do the base rooms on them, but that can wait until later. You installed a washing machine on the Conan server. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. Alright, so for this building... I think I did already apply some wash on the vents, but I don't think I did the other stuff. So we can do a little comparison for scale, so... And just about... Oh no, my Terminators. They're everywhere. Oh, there we go. Rescue. It's cable. Out of here, cable. Wait, what's that? What's going on? Where's my... Ugh. No, Wasted's not online. That must be an old stream. Looking at some kind of knights. Doesn't he have enough stuff to paint already? Let's... get that out of here for now. Ugh. My brain is not in it today. Yeah, but yeah, you can get an idea of the scale of the building. Good thing these guys have jump packs, because I don't think they could get down the stairs. They might be too wide. But we need to do some more work on this thing. And we'll do some more work on the bombers. And the Thunderhawk, that's the plan for today. Or maybe we could even build something. You know what? Maybe I'll start things off by building something. Because I've got some dudes down here that I want to put together. Look at all these sprues. We got this big bugulon here. And this one's not a tyrannid, this one's actually an amble. There's a big tunnely creature. But the main thing here I'm thinking is I want to get some of these done so they can join my my Darktide squad. The robot and the alien lady, not so much. But there is a rattling fella on here. Let me see. How do I do an assemble? Start with the two halflings. I think they did a kill team of rattlings or something like that. A13, A15. A 15. A 16. And then I need a 25mm base. How do I tell which one's 25mm? My ruler. Can't see it. $25mm is about an inch, right? Yeah, that looks about right. There is a horrible mess in this slaughter base, though. Okay, better. You alright there, Chad, or are you just real quiet today? Tumbleweeds indeed. Well, I'm building space hobbits. I would have thought somebody would have had something to say. I will add them to my Dark Tide squad, even though they don't exist in the game. At least not yet. Fingers crossed. Making pretzel buns. I don't know about the making part, but I like the eating. I had a burger on a pretzel bun when I went to Wendy's in Tokyo. That was pretty good. A good time. Well, a German brewery in Montana isn't exactly Tokyo, but I suppose I'll allow it. Okie dokie. Well done. Got that piece and that piece. Oh yeah, that's it. There's my glue. Oh, he's got one arm. I think I'll take off the little push fit peg. More trouble than it's worth. Into the old slaughter base. Banner. Rattling with his grappling launcher. Now for rattling number 2. Rattling number 2, whose slaughter base slot is broken already. That's great. A 10 and 11. 9 and 12. And another 25 mil. Sword is a bit bent too. Very spindly. This guy's got the long las. Because there's no rules for these guys in the Dark Tide board game, so I'll have to make up some of my own. What am I looking at? I'm at the wrong part. I'm at the wrong part of the instructions. Trying to patch up that crevice. These guys have some some interesting push fit designs. Like this guy, there's three different pieces that are all supposed to be held on by this giant peg coming off of the las rifle that goes all the way through. Shouldn't need to pin it. It'll all glue together, alright. It's just an interesting design choice. Games Workshop 2005 Slaughter Base. Where's this meant to go? That way. See. Oh, this thing on his back is a little folded up tripod for the sniper. That's pretty cool. Okay, yeah, that's what I expected. Yeah, but then trying to push it through three separate things. You have to have everything exactly lined up. So, get rid of that. Oh. Well, that's a bit awkward. Got to clean up the gun before I glued it on. Just think Frodo, but with a sniper rifle. There we go, half a team. Actually, it's an interesting question. Wonder if this other game is based on the same rules. No, wait, it's using hexes. It might slightly translate. Well, that's our two rattling boys. How about do the rogue trader fella? A3 and A4. 3? A4. A2. A1. Yeah, this guy's a bit too fancy to join my cultists. And we need a 32 mil base for him. It should be one of these guys. It's definitely a fancy lad, this one. Be interesting paint. to see that little bit of red plastic again. Oh, it's going to be a real pain to get in under there and paint the back of this guy's coat. Worry about that another time. Fancy spiky beast pelt. Then we need the other bits. Oh. Almost took his ear off. See, now this is a weird piece. So there's two arms linked together with a weird little bridge. One holding a sword and one holding a little pipe. Smoking some... Is it low sticks in 40k? I know Amasek is the brandy type drink. That the wealthier denizens of the Imperium partake of. Alright, so that's got to go Around the back there. He's very fiddly. Threading the needle here. Alright, so we gotta get... Oh, it's caught on something. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? He's got a spot for a peg that doesn't actually connect anything. How does that work? Oh wait, no, that's the peg from the bit on the back. Ah, I see. Might have overdone the glue a little bit. It's alright, as long as I don't destroy any of the details. There we go. Fancy rogue trader type. I don't know how he's going to fight with a pipe, but I guess he does have his pistol as well as his sword. Then we might do priest. He's a fancy man. Two. Oh, he's even got a servo skull. Very fancy priest.
Target acquired.
Target acquired. The Monkey Man. Welcome to the stream. At the moment, I'm assembling some minis. 23. 20. Wait, it didn't number one of the pieces. That's clearly part number 24 that's being attached. That's it's not got a number on it. For shame. For shame. And A25. Clean up some of these bits. What? Mech warriors? There's no mech warriors around here. Space Marines. Oh, this priest has a robo hand. Yep. Almost lost it. Alright, book. Electitio Divinitatus. So that looks like an inquisitorial seal. Actually, I'm not sure which seal that is. Yeah, doing pretty well, Sith Lord. Just doing some hobby shenanigans. Mixing it up a bit today and assembling some minis for future shenanigans. bugs. This bit's a bit difficult to clean. Feeling it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to dry brush as well. I want to snap his servo skull off. Oh, this guy's got a big fat face. He's even got a breathing tube going up his nose. See, it's not all doom and gloom in the 41st millennium. Oh, he's going to need a base too. Another 25... No, another 32 millimeter, I believe. Which version of Space Hulk? Yeah, I can't really reach it right now, but I have a Space Hulk box sitting behind me also. Which I do need to work on at some point. Planning on painting the Gene Stealers in the color scheme I've done for my other Tyranids. Also, it'll be fun to do some Blood Angels. Thank you for spicing things up with the battle music. Okay, so... do this arm on the back. Peg, off we go. Right, Peg, you're out of there. That's alright. That's what it's there for. Surprise attacks. The one that I've got is the re-release that they did around 2012 or 2013. Which is apparently fairly rare. They did end up reprinting them, but I believe I've got one of the early ones from the initial run. Okay, arm goes on like that. Oh, the gun goes on the servitor. Servo skull. Oh, that's... Oh, how long is this servo skull gonna last before it snaps off? Rest goes on like that. Let's tip off these pegs. Put him in the slaughter base. Try to smooth out some of these seams.
Howdy there, Mr. Romero.
Ah!
Ah,
A wasted space.
indeed.
What's happening?
Yeah, not much.
I'm just mixing it up by assembling some random minis I got lying around.
Oh, really? What we building?
I've got a couple of ratlings. One's a sniper and one's got a grappling hook. I've got a rogue trader with a fancy sword and smoking pipe. And I'm just putting together this maniac preacher who's got a servo skull with a gun. He's angrily thrusting a book.
Fair enough. Proper random selection.
How about you? What's your plan for today?
Oh, I'm gonna noodle about sort of finishing some details on a few things and intentionally not have a particularly long one. Because I am tired.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. Oh, oh. No, that sounds unreasonable. Alright, you're coming off. These are push fit minis.
Ah, fun.
Some of them are okay, some of them are not okay. There we go. Now he's got his book. Alright, so I did send you an invite to the share thingamajig.
Yeah, okay.
And now I've got wasted vision back.
I need to fix Capac vision.
Priest done. Right, now we got the navigator. Who has the fanciest hat.
He will do, yes. One of the things that both BattleTech and Warhammer share. If you are a navigator, you get a fancy as hell fat hat.
Do they have weird psychic powers in BattleTech as well? Or do they have a different deal?
They have been, well, when it comes to the clans at least, they have been genetically engineered to be particularly suitable for the trials and tribulations of figuring out navigational sort of space navigation without killing yourself. So they've got massive heads
Ah,
and tiny bodies. So would not look out of place as a psyker, but as far as I'm aware, are not technically aligned like that in any way.
more like the navigators in Dune then.
Yes, yes, indeed. Minus the melange. Which is notably less fun.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like a floating fish man in a tank full of orange gas.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to do these guys up in my Dark Tide squad colours. And then they're either going to be alternates for the existing characters, or might try to come up with some special new character rules for them.
Sounds fun.
I've just had the very silly idea of having the Ratlings be an alternate for the Ogren. So rather than play one big Ogren, you play as two Ratlings. Would be fun.
Oh, well, there you see, Britt, you're right, because if your navigator's out of his spice box, you've got problems. Needs to be in his spice box.
Well, sounds like he's been watching too much SpongeBob. He's dropped on the deck and flopped like a fish. I don't remember if it even showed a full navigator in those new Dune films. I can't remember. To go back and watch them again.
I've only seen the first. I don't remember seeing one in that.
I have had a couple of classic movie rewatches recently.
What have you been up to?
I went down to the fancy cinema where they were putting on Willow.
Okay.
As Val Kilmer passed away, so they've been putting on a bunch of Val Kilmer movies. And much like Stargate, watching Willow for the first time on a proper cinema screen, I noticed a few things you were never meant to see.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
In particular, the scene where they sled down the mountainside on the shield. It's quite easy to tell that Warwick Davis has been replaced with a dummy. But also, and it's a bit of a product of the time, but the animation that they used for making the animals talk in it was does not stand up to close scrutiny. I always figured they must have used morphing, because it was one of the earliest uses of computers to do like morphing one image to another for some of the animal transformations. But they did not use that for the animals talking. It's you see it on a big screen. It's clearly just like hand drawn animation trying to make it look like the bird is talking.
I have not seen it in far too long to be able to remember, and it sounds like that's a good thing.
Oh, the movie's still great, but these are just the things that you notice with old movies if you see them up on the big screen. Because most movies back then, they didn't expect that you'd ever see them at the cinema again. If you were lucky, you'd get to see it on video years later.
Maybe.
Oh. At least these slaughter bases are working properly. That reminds me, I need to paint more of my Chaos Dwarf Blood Bowl team. Should probably get onto that at some point.
What colour hats they getting?
Orange.
That's appropriate.
Orange and purple are my team colours for my Chaos Dwarf team. cleaned up those bits. Did I clean this bit? I don't think I did. Yes, the late stream with Capac and Wasted.
Yeah, I was just explaining the awkwardness with your blooming time change shenanigans, which means that we're now miles
Even more
apart.
out of sync.
Yep.
Oh. That little bit of plastic went flying. They weren't anything important.
There you go, Morty. Here's that one. I'm going to continue working on this one in a moment, but it's yellow and I don't like it, which is clearly why I've chosen to paint literally everything I paint has yellow on it. Don't know why I've done this, but
No, that is not going to be colored. That's going to be super ugly. Right. Can we fix it by smearing it with plastic cement?
there's a third one around somewhere, Coldon. He's not built yet. Yeah, yellow, I think looks good when done right, but
It's
I
getting
also
it there,
struggle.
that's the problem.
Yeah, and I kind of end up in this awkward one where either you airbrush it all and then just never touch the yellow again, or you've got to paint it all, because if you try and paint over the airbrush yellow, it just looks rubbish. But the airbrush yellow always ends up a bit like this guy, where he's just not that saturated.
Oh, he's a fancy man.
He is. I still need to get back in there and do a few extra details on him. Those tusks look awful. It's like it's detail on those, and then the completely plain tusks on the thing.
It's always a weird step in the process when you've got a lot of it done, but some things are still bare.
But yeah, because you run into the issue of also you can over detail it if you do everything, especially with the orcs.
Yeah, true. It can get a bit too busy. I think that's a problem with the whole range at the moment. Over detailing. swear I keep hearing this sound coming from upstairs. It sounds just like a pool table. I know these apartments aren't big enough to have a pool table, so what are they doing up there? Madness. Navigator boy, all good to go. I mean, these guys could just be their own Dark Tide squad. I do really want a priest with a servo skull gun in Dark Tide now, though. Right. That's enough building for today, though. Maybe we'll do some painting. Get out of the way. Oh, see Dragon. Do you know that you are muted, Wasted?
I do not.
Are you sitting there telling everyone but me about the dragon?
I am sitting there telling everybody about how I don't know how I'm going to hold it while painting it.
True. It does look like quite the task.
How, like, and as such, how do I go about doing the paint job? Like, do I keep it split up? Do I attempt to, like, does it have to be together? I think it might have to be together to get the skin and texture on the wings to look right.
Mm.
But yeah, this was a. I do not have a 3D printer now. One of my stream viewers printed this out and then sent it from Iceland and managed to pack it sufficiently well that it was completely undamaged on arrival. I have never seen something packaged this well.
Center
Like
from
he
Iceland.
Yeah, he made a little foam fortress for the body of it.
I thought they had real dragons in Iceland. What are they doing making fake ones?
Well, I assume that postage on a real one is quite expensive.
That's true.
You can't configure it, convince it to go on its own.
Very hard to trick it into the express post parcel.
Hey, they fixed the bot thing.
Huh?
The bot thing in shared chat. I just had my bot show up with one of my little announcements. It says only visible in Wasted's channel.
Oh. Upgrades.
I mean, that's welcome. It was kind of annoying. Yeah, I think triggered ones show up in both fog. That's not the same thing. Oh, yellow. It makes a good blur better.
Really run out of null oil again.
I taunt him with my massive pot of null oil. Oh, no, it's not null oil. It's Agrex. It's the better one.
It's not better. It's just different.
Agrex. I don't know.
Agrex is great if you want everything to be dirty.
Null might as well be black.
Oh, what are you doing to me, null oil? What's going on here?
See what I mean?
Target acquired.
Doing these like roller doors on this building, and for some reason the null oil seems to be like wicking to one side and pulling. But not like gravity pulling, like I'm going left now.
Does your null oil gain sentience?
It's possible. Turns out all the pigment in it are little nano machines.
Yeah, I was thinking. Made painting easier. Tell the paint where to go.
Alright, boys, get to work. I'm having a nap. Right, I suppose I could use some Agrex.
Capac guy's drinking paint water as usual.
Mmm, delicious paint water.
Nice mug. Oh, the Nurgle juice has been left for a bit. It's looking fantastic. Come over here. Oh, yeah. Looking good. Gifts from the grandpapa.
What is that? Have you got some plague marines that you're gonna paint just by dipping them?
I've got two different brands of airbrush paint, and for some reason or another, they don't mix. As we discovered one night. And so this is the Nurgle juice, and every time you look at it, it's different. Every time you look at like the separation and the layers change and the colors are not the same. It's quite interesting. At some point, I'll empty it, but not yet. For now, enjoying myself too much.
I might have some Nurgly goodness somewhere.
Well, why have you done that? Mm.
Oh yeah, there we go. Nice squeezed tube of Nurgle goop.
And that is for putting on your food?
I think it's some of this Plague Bearer flesh contrast paint, but mixed with some medium to thin it down a bit.
I like that you don't actually know what it is.
I think that's what it was. Because when I was doing my my Plague Walkers. Alright, we'll leave them to dry a bit. I think I need red.
Target acquired.
I think the tails on these guys are a bit unexciting, so I'm going to give them a bit of colour.
Tails?
Yes, on these bombers.
Oh, right. You're back to your epic stuff. We don't call it epic anymore, do we?
Well, I mean, it's called Legions Imperialis, but I think calling it epic scale still makes a lot of sense. But I'm guessing it's not copyrightable.
A whole lot less copyrightable, yeah.
You can't have that.
Why did it take them so long to decide that that was important?
I can't even remember when that kind of stuff started. I think one of the first times I heard about it was when they went after that guy for the like self-published guy on Amazon for calling the guys in his sci-fi novel Space Marines. And everyone was like, no, Space Marines has been a commonly used term in science fiction since the 50s. You don't own it. And ever since then, they keep giving everything more and more implausible names.
The worst part about it is there's a fair bit of damage been done to recognition. Was it really worth it just so you could copyright it? What the hell has happened to this regiment brush? The hell? Brush is ruined. How did you?
Sounds like I've been using it.
Like half the bristles are missing on one side.
Yeah. Sounds like I've been using it.
Roger that, Cap. Brush destroyer.
Yeah, that looks better. That looks a bit more balanced. I mean, to be fair to Games Workshop, part of the problem is the ridiculousness of IP law.
Yeah, that's fair.
The whole, if you don't come down on anything that even vaguely resembles your copyright, like a ton
Then
of
you lose
bricks,
it.
then yeah, you lose it. It doesn't really incentivize good behavior.
Oh, like going to sleep.
Although on the good side of IP shenanigans, Wizards of the Coast have released the basic rules under the Creative Commons license.
I have zero time for Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, yeah, that's more than
Well done,
fair
you've
enough.
done.
But
You've done the bare minimum. Congratulations.
Well, I mean, releasing the rules for the game that everyone is paying you to play um, under an open license is something that Games Workshop could learn something from.
I think, in fact, there is a way stronger argument for Games Workshop to do it than there is for Wizards of the Coast, because in reality, you can play Wizards of the Coast stuff with just the rules. You don't need anything else.
Exactly.
Whereas with Games Workshop, there's a strong incentive to get some models as well. But Wizards of the Coast, with some of their recent behavior, are not getting an easy time from me.
That is quite reasonable. I mean, I have no interest in the current edition.
Yeah, I think there may be that as well. Like me neither. I've had a look at what it contains because unfortunately my D&D group actually uses D&D Beyond, which of course is Wizards of the Coast owned now. And as part of that, automatically updates itself to the current version. So I'm now having to deal with like the new rules essentially being thrown in my face when we're using it.
Oh yeah, that's right. It just
It just updates, and now everyone's like, I'm getting weird questions from players. They're like, okay, but I want to use this ability my weapon has. And I'm like, what is it? No, that's one of the new bullshit. Go away.
I can't tell you what it is because it's vanished. Yeah, that's some pretty silly shenanigans right there. And it's funny that the most exciting thing for me in the video I was watching where it was talking about them releasing it Creative Commons was the idea that they might release previous rule sets the same way. I'd go back and play 3rd edition. I mean, Fog, that's part of the problem with Warhammer at the moment. Like with Legions Imperialis, like there isn't an army book for Space Marines. The rules for all the units are scattered through like 4 different massive volumes. Like if I want to field a Space Marine army with all the Space Marine units, like I think I've got some somewhere. Oh, nope, my cable doesn't reach. But I got the box with like the air speeders and the jet bikes and things like that, and I don't actually have the rules for them anyway because they're in some separate. They're in like the Talon book or the Beta Garmin book. Like, if you want to know what's going on in a game of 40k, you need like 10 different books.
I keep trying to learn modern 40k rules and just going, yeah, I quite like second edition actually. Why is this so complicated now? What happened to two armies roll some dice to decide which army wins?
All right. So
I can tell you what happened. Ornaments.
what ornaments?
Tournaments. What happened was they made Warhammer a competitive game.
Yeah.
Second is not more complicated than now. No, all right, okay. I know. I think we've crossed wires here. I'm talking about second edition game Warhammer. I'm talking about second ed 40k rules, not second ed D&D.
Oh, crossing the streams.
Okay. Somehow I seem to have been playing a different version of second edition to you because I've got two second edition codexes in this room and they don't contain any of the things you're talking about.
Yeah. Blue at it. Oh, catch you later. Sleep well. Yeah, I remember poring over the Lizard Man book. Warhammer Fantasy. I mean, the problem back then was they had the whole army in the book, but you couldn't buy the whole army in the shop. That was whichever edition had the Lizardmen vs. Bretonians box set. Well, the problem with that setup was, if it wasn't a super popular army, you were going to be waiting a long time.
Is that actually different to now?
Well, no, I guess not.
You know, just thinking about how long I had to wait for the Eldar Codex to show up this time round. For example.
I mean, at least Eldar have a full range, even if it's slightly ancient at this point.
Yeah.
The Lizardman thing was, I think, the closest thing I can think of recently is the World Eaters. They seem to be languishing a bit in the 40k catalog at the moment. They're trying to get out all these god-specific chaos factions. Oh. Heroes Brush Hour is raiding with a party of 28. Welcome! I would guess by such a name that you were also doing some miniature shenanigans. Oh. Welcome.
Hello.
Target acquired.
What is a zebra monkey? It
It's
is
a good
left.
question.
It is left purely to the audience's imagination. That is what a zebra monkey.
Hey, we did that recently as well.
Ah, speed painting. Yes, we did a.
It was less speed painting and more sort of limited painting.
Well, we had a
We had a time limit and a paint limit.
four
Four
paints in
paints.
4 hours.
Yes, it had a nice ring to it.
And what kind of minis were you guys painting? We were doing our Space Marine characters from Space Marine, the game. Video game.
Space Marine 2, the video game, to be specific.
Do you know how difficult it is for me to explain the Dark Tide board game to people?
Well, it's a game, surely.
Okay, so it's a board game, and this board game is based off a video game, and that video game is based off a tabletop miniatures game. And that tabletop miniatures game is based off all of the sci-fi franchises from the 1980s.
Well, that sounds cool.
Ooh, Alexis Assassin. Some ghoulie boys. Sounds like a good time. I'm working on some Legions Imperialis aircraft at the moment.
And I'm getting annoyed with yellow. Yeah, sounds like a fun event.
Painting minis is a good time, even if we're complaining about things.
Eh. There are times where the yellow is not good times. Probably yellow looks really good. It just, I somehow every time I paint yellow, the yellow paint is even worse than I remember it, and I don't understand how this is a thing. It seems that the difference between too thick and too watery with yellow is a matter of 0.5% water difference. It's such a thin margin, and I just can never get it. It's just always bad.
Yep, that is my experience also. If you don't thin it down enough, you may as well just be caking yellow powder onto everything. And if you thin it down too much, it all splits apart and goes all weird.
Yeah, we're in splits apart and goes all weird territory today.
I have had a little bit of success using some medium to thin it out rather than
Rather than water, yeah.
But then I usually have to mix a bit of water in as well.
All right, so I got a painting competition I want to enter for, and it needs to be in by start of June. So I got this month to do it.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it last time. You were trying to figure out what you were going to.
What do I want to do? And one thing I'm raising this now is because one thing I've definitely decided is what I don't want to do is paint a model that's got yellow on it. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to pick colors that are good colors. But it means I need to figure out now what mini I'm going to do. Nope.
So
Lucky for you.
You want a mini that's anti-yellow.
Space Marine's boring, Fog.
Is it a Warhammer thing or is it an open thing?
I feel like Warhammer is the deal, yeah.
Fair enough.
Fairly broad as far as Warhammer's concerned. You know, not restricted size-wise. Oh, it is an open thing. Okay. Ah, the Mad Cat's too big. Got a good nid I could do. My nid color scheme is yellow. All right, fair enough, Froggy. So everything I was wanting is Froggy's competition.
Single mini?
If I remember rightly, there's a few categories, but I was going to go for like the single large mini category.
Because my thought just then was...
Or large-ish. It doesn't even have to be a particularly big mini. I think it's just like...
You've been talking about...
troop size and bigger than troop size.
Been talking about doing that kill team thing, so I was thinking that might be a possibility. Do a kill team. But if you want to do something big...
Dude, you know how slow I paint. You're really going to make me do an entire team of minis in a week, in a month, sorry. What have I got on in the box of, in the selection of unbuilt?
Oh, do you have any of those, the Wood Elves have those big like beetles and things they ride on. Are there any of those floating around?
Have I got any Wood Elf beetles floating around?
Yeah.
No, Capac. I don't have any Wood Elf beetles floating around.
Well, that's unfortunate. Actually, I've been kind of tempted by those to do, Exodite Eldar.
Actually, turns out I do have a Tyrannid kicking around. I'd forgotten.
Yeah, what kind? A Trigon. The one that tried to eat us yesterday.
No, it's a Carnifex.
Ah.
Honestly, not my favorite model. I could do something with a Carney.
Well, you, like most rational people, know that the old style Carnifex is superior. Yes, those ones.
Superior in every way except for the fact that because they're made of metal, their arms fall off and then you lose them. Which is why both of these only have 3 arms.
Old 3-arm, they call him.
What do you mean? There's always the dragon. You think I'm going to be able to paint the dragon in a month?
uh, could you convert the new Carnifex kit to be
Same
more
reason
like...
I'm not talking about him. Because, like, he'd be a good competition entry, but I'm not painting him in a month because he's a nightmare.
Could you convert the new Carnifex kit to be more like the old Carnifex kit?
Now, that's an interesting one. I quite like that.
I haven't had a look at the sprues, so I don't know how feasible it would be, but...
Oh, yeah, I also got to be slightly wary with these models because last time someone was like halfway through I was building it, you do know that that's a kit from 2002, right? Advantages slash disadvantages of just getting a bunch of hobby store stock from somewhere closing down is that some of it was quite old and much more valuable than I thought it was. Or do we go brave mode?
Look, don't listen to people when they say don't paint that, it's too valuable. Just do it.
Oh, I did. Don't worry. I didn't just paint it. I was using it as part of a kit bash, so it got cut to pieces.
Oh, even better. Because I was chatting with somebody earlier about Space Hulk. My Space Hulk box back there is worth a few pennies. That's not going to stop me ruining it all with paint.
Let's build a shortlist. Can someone please remind me to glue this guy's head on eventually? Keep forgetting and knocking it off. So, if I want to challenge myself, and my thinking of how I do this guy is I would go for blue hot.
Oh, yeah. There is a slight problem with it.
Hmm.
Do you know what the contrast color is if you're going for a primarily blue scheme?
No. What is the contrast color if I'm going for primarily blue scheme?
Yellow.
Yeah, but what's the color if I go for his standard scheme?
Also yellow.
So
Hmm.
in reality, I was thinking a sort of blue flame vibe, in which case you wouldn't have yellow.
Yeah, having like a white through to blue kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's one option. I mean, no, I was just thinking I could do Raydao in a month if I had more time. But this is also band month, and so too much time is reserved for other things. Right, that would be a very cool mini because I've got a good idea for it.
Hmm.
Do a vehicle, but I feel like a vehicle is never gonna have the right amount of detail and so on as a character mini for something like this.
Well, unless you go like full Ural on like a. Didn't you say you had some of those Eldar grav tanks?
I've only got bikes at the moment, no tanks. The only thing I've got that I could go feels full like mural with is I've got a Redemptor Dreadnought, but that's the stupid looking one. And it's push fit.
Uh-huh.
I have a Land Speeder Vengeance. They're weird.
Oh, right, that thing.
Yeah, those things are weird. But I was going to walk kit bash this. Especially as I think this is another one of these ones that's like 2003 era.
Yeah, it's got those weird thrusters that they were slapping on everything for a while.
Yeah, and which I think will go well with Orc shenanigans. So far we've got Avatar of Cain, we've got a Carnifex,
Got the Avatar of Cain riding a Carnifex.
got Avatar of Cain riding a Carnifex, got a box of Orc Storm Boys. If I wanted to do just a single smaller mini,
Well, that's yeah. If you want to do like a single small mini, it's worth having a look at things like that and seeing if there's one in like an interesting pose.
oh yeah, these Storm Boys look, they're in some fun poses. So particularly like our fella here with the sticky bomb in his mouth. And our guy here who has some sort of grot launcher on his back.
You haven't watched One Piece, have you?
No, only the live action.
Oh well, Zoro has the three swords with one in his
Yep.
mouth.
Yep.
I'd pay to see an orc with one bomb in the mouth and one in each hand. Three stick bomb style.
Three sticky bomb style. He's also got something on. Oh, well, I suppose of course he's got something on his back. He's a Storm Boy. He's got a jetpack. Thank you, Games Workshop. Suitably orky, just in case you were wondering. This is a slugger. And this is a chopper. Let me see what I got in the boxes in the other room, because this isn't all of it. And then I suppose technically there is, but it involves yellow. That dude.
Big old Bugulon.
Okay.
You made a decision.
No, I just went and returned from having located what other models were around in the other room that might be suitable. Randomly, I have Sister Superior Amalia Novena. But I don't know why. So yeah, if I wanted to paint awkward Games Workshop Ladyface, that's an option.
That is exciting. What's her deal?
She's got candles, much like the rest of the sisters.
Got some candles sitting on a piece of churchery.
She's got candles. She's sitting on some churchery, and otherwise she has a bolter. Yeah, she ain't that interesting. If I'm going to be honest with you.
If you spiced her up with a bit of extra scenery, maybe.
And then I found scary minis.
Oh dear. Those look very spindly.
Yeah, they're fecking harlequins.
Ah. Well, do you want to spend the whole month painting little checker patterns?
And I'm glad you at least recognize what the problem is. Or, similarly scary, where around does your stuff go? God, I can't remember.
Well, speaking of armies that don't get support. The first Terminator I built made people mad. It's a good effort.
This isn't a Necron. It's another Eldar. Can't remember his name, but yeah. There's another Eldar.
Well, I mean, technically in the lore, isn't the, like, aspect of death all based on that Catan guy anyway?
Yeah, true.
First mini you painted was a Land Raider. I mean, did you at least come from a background of, like, painting model vehicles before that? I feel like if you're somebody that's into painting model vehicles, that won't be too big a jump. But if it's your first mini, it would be a bit intense.
Hmm.
What is that thing?
This is my mecha squig.
Oh, right. That's a bit of a jump from the last thing I saw on your screen, which was Harlequins.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
Yeah, that's the custom one that somebody made for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's yeah, open competition, that could be a pretty cool option.
Especially as one of the things I found when I was looking in the other room was a reminder that I actually have this guy in 3 different scales.
Yeah.
This is middle scale. I have him both bigger and smaller than this. So and that's quite a manageable scale for a month. And ironically, for an orc, like the details on there are fairly understandable to the extent that I'm wondering, like, how do I make it? What's the sparkle on this mini? And it might have to be the skin. Does he have a skin pattern? Maybe. Full squad. The 3 bears. Bob Squigdom. Yeah, the big one's about the size of my fist. He's chunky and heavy.
Yeah, I forgot what they call that. They when you've got like the darker on the top, but lighter on underneath kind of color scheme, maybe some like stripes or something.
I definitely do that, and then I'm wondering whether or not to have some stripes. Yeah. Or and yeah, no. We can make it stand out because he's got such an awesome face. We can spend tons of time getting that like tongue nice and glistening and slightly disgusting to look at. Getting the teeth nice and like gnarly and rotten.
Oh, you could even do some of the like water, like saliva type effects.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that could be pretty cool.
Add the grot gun. We can't just add the grot gun to everything. No, the grot gun doesn't fit on this.
Well, I mean, that said, because the Storm Boys have like the jetpacks, right?
The grot gun is fantastic still.
You could have one of the Storm Boys hanging off the back like he's trying to catch it or something.
Best kit bash ever. Well, no, because there's a reason I can't do the big one. Because the big one actually is a slightly different version of the model. So this one is the squig on its own. The small and big ones that I have are this squig being ridden by the mini I had. I had the same guy that made modeled this make a mini for Moldok, my moderators, one of my moderator, with like stuff that referenced him in real life. So you know he's a vegan chef, so he had a chef's hat and a massive meat tenderizer as a weapon, which on the front had the wasted logo in the like spikes, and a bunch of other little things. And in the newer version, he rides the squig because he is the squig herder.
Vegans use a lot of meat tenderizers.
No, it was his banhammer,
Ah.
and it's rocket powered, so it's got rockets on the back and a massive 3D modeled smoke plume. Yeah, I like this idea. I think I'm up to painting this guy finally. The only thing we need to do first is, if you guys can see, he was printed in 2 halves. Because this guy's fairly old, and at the time the printer that was being used was not able to do more than that. So there is a split line the whole way across him. And in some places, in particular, on the tongue here, I might need to try and fill that in a bit first. Might be all right. It's very, very thin, so it may be that the paint handles it for me. No, stop. I don't need to remember. I literally have some here. These are the past metal abominations that GW used to do. Hence the base. And some authentic goblin green grass right there. Mm-mm-mm.
I wish I still had some of my old metal minis.
All right. I think I'm decided. We're doing the squig.
The squig has been chosen.
And given that I am doing this for a competition, I am going to write out a plan of action. We're going to think about this time round. Because I think half the reason the Marine came out so well is because I'd actually formulated a plan of what I was going to do in advance. I didn't just go into it and sort of make it up as I would go along. I had a pretty clear idea of what I was going to do. And I didn't really diverge from it. he will not be yellow.
So step 1, no yellow. Are you thinking about going traditional reddy color for the skin tone?
This letter says important tax document on it. I should probably write on it. Let's go.
I think Squigs are tax exempt.
It says important tax document. It's, if I'm not mistaken, a tax document from Spreadshirt, which is probably $20 a year.
Uh-oh. North Star's done it now. It's his fault this time. It wasn't me.
Yeah, it's a tax document telling me that I haven't paid any tax because I didn't have any sales. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's weird that I have to do more American tax forms than I have to do Australian tax
Yeah,
forms.
it was an American tax form as well. No, Fog, you don't need to fix it. The reason there's no tax on there is because my Spreadshirt is set up that I don't make any money from it. If you remember, I said it so that it's just as cheap as it can be. Because on some items, it makes it really, really cheap.
So you've just set it to whatever the base cost is or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I just said it's a base cost. I was like, I don't sell enough of this for it to be a viable income, so I might as well just make it for the few people that do give a damn and want to buy like a hoodie with my stuff on it or whatever it is, as cheap as it can be. And at least in the US, that worked out quite nicely because it means that stickers are like 50 cents, and hoodies, sorry, a t-shirt's like $15 instead of, because it seems that they do some weird shenanigans once you add like a cut on top of it. It's not, it increases by more than the cut. Need to start looking at colours. Typical red.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Are you going to go for the traditional squig red?
Only other option I can think of is going for like a bluey purple squig. But I don't think it would fit in with the rest of my army. I think it would stand out and look very odd because predominant colours in my army as it stands are green, red, and yellow. So to suddenly add something cold into that mix, I think would make it look a bit out of place.
Ah. So you're going to go for a yellow squig?
No, I'm going to go for a red squig. It'll probably have some yellow tones on it, but I'm thinking I'll probably do the majority of his skin with the airbrush. And only handle like highlights and shadows with the physical brush, and then do all of his metal parts and components, get some oil wash on there, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think oils on his metal bits are gonna look pretty sick. I might even oil wash the whole thing because oils over airbrush does seem to work quite nicely. And then just get real ham with those teeth and his tongue. We need a massive bright red and pink tongue. Hydro dip it in the play cup. No. Nothing deserves that treatment.
Oh, yeah, didn't even think about that. Could have got like a beast of Nurgle or something. Just dip it in the cup. Turn it in.
Authentic. Very red.
Yep, that one does look fairly vibrant.
This.
The plague bucket.
And I like how, if you notice, it's got a layer on top of it. Like the color's actually sitting below a layer of something clear that lives above it. Keeps it sealed from the environment, otherwise dangerous things would happen. Or something, I don't know.
Self-coagulating.
Yeah, so color-wise, uh, might have to mix my own. What are we going here? That's no better, really.
Oh. That didn't sound good.
No, it's just me putting a paint set away.
With extreme prejudice.
Yep.
Oh. Almost lost it.
Belly, dark, mid, bright. Except it will never be this bright.
Yeah, if you're gonna oil wash it, it's gonna bring it down a bit.
You might as well kind of ignore that. And we go for a like a nice pink belly.
Oh.
Maybe. Or I buy some more everything. Yeah, no fucking yellow.
I guess the problem with going pink for the belly is that going to work with the mouth? Or is the mouth sufficiently separated from the underbelly that...
I think it's sufficiently separated that we could get a bit of a pink tone down here because he's got some noticeable lips.
What color lipstick does Squigs wear?
It's a good question. I think that's just a place for a lot of texture, to be honest. Answer is lots of colors. Especially as there is texture in those lips as well.
You're not going to go goth Squig?
Black lipstick. No, I don't think so. I am the knight.
Acquired.
Maybe some kiss makeup? Oh, it's a lot of greebly bits. Need to do these. Yeah. Now the problem with these guys is I chose the recon variant of these bombers, so they got all these tiny greebly bits for sensors and things. But they're coming along pretty nicely. And Wasted's now turned the hobby stream into a riding stream.
Yep. Good night, Gruger. Well, it is still hobby stream in the end, Mr. Capac. We are planning our paint job. You know, I'm just realizing how many different metal components he has on him, and how I'm gonna, because they're all next to each other, I'm gonna need them to be subtly different colors. Otherwise, they kind of just all blend in and don't look right. So this is useful time.
I mean, that's the eternal problem with orcs. They got so many bits and bobs that are all stapled
Only
together.
Gubbins. So yeah, I don't know. I think people understand what's going down, and maybe it'll be worth it. I don't know. We'll find out. An experiment. And also a bio break. Back in a moment.
Sure. just wash these engines. Some delicious Nuln oil. Wasted claims it's inferior to Agrax. I say he is wrong. Hello, Tabura. Welcome to the stream. Wait, who flipped a pod? Right, slowly working my way back along the fuselage of the what is this thing called again? Thunderhawk?
Hey, Tabura.
Get another coat on this big gold gun. And I still remember sitting in the school library ogling the 40k scale Thunderhawk in White Dwarf magazine.
Yep. Yep. I remember the local my local store had it. They only had it in for a bit. It was like I think it was being passed around, but they had it in, and it was
Oh, traveling around
very
to different
impressive.
stores.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how I felt when I went to the Warhammer store in Japan. Because the store there in Tokyo is big enough that they got these big cabinets that have like Warhound Titans and stuff all set up.
Uh,
They're just so big and unwieldy. Even just assembling it seems like a nightmare. Let alone trying to paint it.
Okay, getting there. I think that works.
Happy with the plan?
I think so. But I think my first step is a bit of model cleanup because I'm going to end up repriming it anyway. So, because I want to get a pretty strong zenithal on it, whereas at the moment it's pretty much just primed white. So I'm gonna go and do a bit of cleanup on the join between the two halves, especially around his tongue area.
I need some bombs.
Don't we all?
I feel like green's a good color for bombs. Do some green bombs. So, this is 2 green. Yeah, it'll have to do. I think that works. What are we doing today? I've been working on the airplanes. I did a little bit of work on this building, but then I forgot about it. And
Well, be prepping to paint squigs.
I assembled all these guys who I will paint at a later date. That is what we've been doing today. Yeah, Wasted was getting really angry at Yellow, and then he started planning. Are you doing repair work at the moment?
I'm working on there's a seam in down the center of the thing where it was 3D printed in 2 halves. And that seam, while relatively minor, does go straight across the tongue.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a focal point.
In such a way that, yeah, as that being a focal point, I don't really want it to remain like that, so I am doing my best to tidy it all up. And it's giving me a chance to use my nifty little micro diamond files. that are good because they are a bit like the sort of sticks that we all like to use with the foam that are bendy. Well, so are these.
Ah, nifty.
And so they conform with the model, and you don't damage the detail too badly, but you can really get into little spots to clean them up that you could never get into with anything else. Yeah, that I get really annoyed with unclean, like joins and stuff where I've cut it off the sprue poorly, and so
Purge the
I ended up
unclean.
getting a little bit OTT with options to clean that up. And this set is definitely one of the, like, you'll only use it occasionally, but when you do use it, you'll be so happy you had it.
Oh, contrast paint, so satisfying. So satisfying until you put it on the engine. Get off there. Watched any interesting entertainments of late?
Not really had much chance to. Excuse me. You know, been away, and that's been the deal since we last mini timed. Because honestly, the remainder of the week after last mini shenanigans was definitely taken up by trip preparation.
Yep. Well, I went and saw the new Marvel movie,
Okay.
Thunderbolts. It's actually quite good.
I stopped paying attention to what Marvel were doing a while ago.
That's fair enough. But now we need some black missiles, I think.
But a Capac, a good recommendation, is positive. That is unusual. I feel hard earned.
Film critic Capac strikes again. These missiles are not as pleasant to paint as the bombs were.
Oh, it's so nice when you have exactly the right tool for the job. We were talking about Dune earlier. Navigate Oz.
Yeah. What good is a spaceship if you don't have a fishman to point it? Okay, some nice weaponry. Now for missile round 2. I knew these missiles were going to be a real pain. Second I tried to glue them onto these things. What's better, a forklift with a spoiler or a forklift that hovers? That's easy. A forklift with a spoiler that hovers.
That was not an option. Cheating.
Don't tell me what to do with my forklift.
Fair.
I mean, an orc forklift can do everything.
An orc lift.
That is one of the things it can do, yes.
Working in the orc Amazon warehouse. Home delivered DACA.
Hell yeah.
Right, we got missiles. This guy's got even more missiles. Might get some gold happening. Let's do some gold. Paint mixer. Start with Mr. Thunderhawk.
think I got that close enough now that when I give it a base coating, that line's going to disappear.
That's what you want. Oh, okay. That's looking pretty snazzy. Cockpit window trim. Hard to see. Now I gotta do it on the bombers.
Thank you, Banana. Ah, lasso videos, yes.
Never mind those. Ignore the rowdy rhinoceros. Oh, this does look good though.
Good timings, Blizzy.
Oh no. Always manages to show up just when people are asking awkward questions. I think I'll do the cockpits on both of them first. Then I'll worry about the gun turrets. The Rowdy Rhinoceros is unreleased Light Echoes content. But I needed something for the icon for the lasso videos, and it was sitting there, so that's how that happened. Oh, the airbrush. Do I want any more gold on me? Yes, I did. I did notice that in at least one of the shorts we did from PAX last year, the audio was only coming out of one channel. I think the gold bits on here I'll just need to touch up. Also gold. I feel like it's a bit gold heavy towards the back. Yes, I applied for Content Creator Pass at PAX this year, so let's see what happens this time around. Will my lifestyle choices be affirmed by a gaming convention? Right, I think I'm gonna do this doors down here as well. That'll be a good place to put some decals. Quite strange hearing Wasted occasional jetpack noises.
To the moon!
Yes, jetpack fuel critical. Nice golden doors. Gun turrets. It's gonna work. Inventory full. Inventory full. Shut up, you damn machine.
Wish I could remember some of the lines from my own mod at the moment.
think that's the gist of it. Did you just airbrush the camera? The microphone?
Maybe. Good night, Froggy. Sorry, I'm a child.
Yeah, the question is, do I do another pass with the Agrax on the exhaust vents? Are they dirty enough already? Yeah, pretty dirty. Yeah, I think that's probably alright. Don't get distracted. Back to turrets. Get that bit on the one? No, I did not. Right, just the rear turrets. Match that one up a little bit. How's Squigulon looking?
Getting there. Starting to lay down a highlight layer. Going a bit more focused than a typical Zenithal.
Great. Get to the last turret and realize I missed some of the window panes. Very small man angrily gargling.
What's he angry about, Capac?
Probably the compressor that's been inserted into him.
Yeah, that would track. So yeah, got our highlight base layer down now after cleanup. Starting to
Some pre-shading.
indeed. Details starting to stand out quite nice. However, I may have to think about calling it here.
Yeah, that seems like it might be a good idea.
I have band shenanigans for the next couple of days. That means that we're doing a lot of rehearsal. Ready for our first stream gig. Oh, yes. 24th of May. I'm going to play on stream.
24th of May.
25th for you, I suspect.
What's... Oh yeah, I've got a thing on the 24th. But if I'm
Why are we day
available...
40?
Huh?
Day Force is not relevant here. Day Force is different.
Well, if I am available to check it out, I will certainly attempt to do so.
Yeah, that'd be cool. We'll see. I mean, knowing your timings, like it would be the sort of thing where you might catch the second half after you wake up.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then who knows what's going on next week? The Wrong Way's finished.
Well, if you find yourself short on Sunday, let me know, because I've got a few things that we could get up to. There's been a few games that have sent me keys lately that looked interesting.
Yeah, seems like
Interesting enough to have a look at, you know.
there's a few games coming out around now. A few interesting things to check out. I just had some hours of my life forcibly removed by a game called, I think it's called Duchy Drop.
Okay.
It's sort of like a deck builder roguelite Tetris city builder.
Right. Yeah, okay.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah. That covers everything. Cheers, Capac. Appreciate that.
It is very addictive. I was playing it at like 8 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, I'll do one more, and then I'll have dinner, and then I looked at the clock again, and it was 11:30.
Yeah, it sounds like me and Nordhold last night.
Oh well. I've made some good progress on my planes. I'm pretty happy with that. Starting to get all
And
the little
I'm
details filled in.
already feeling happy about getting going on this because he's been sitting around for a while, and just a fresh, like, shade coat has done him a lot of favors.
Yeah, he's
Looking
looking
forward to
pretty nice.
that's going to be a fun mini to paint.
He should
I think.
be a good canvas. Oh, but speaking of weird and wacky games, the game I played the demo of a little while ago, Moroi, with the character who reminds me of me and the plunger hat that changes your stats that I found in the toilet. The full version of that is out now, so I am going to be playing some of that tomorrow night on my Thursday night stream.
But tomorrow's not Thursday, Capac.
It is for me.
We can't help you from being wrong, I'm afraid. It's just intrinsic to your nature.
Look, just because Greenwich Mean Time was established over there and not over here, doesn't mean you're some kind of authority on the magic of time.
It literally does.
Well, if we're both calling it, that means I'm gonna have to find somebody to raid.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh no, where have I put my glasses?
You paint without your glasses? Okay.
Yeah, my glasses are for seeing far away things.
Ah.
I mean, far away, more than 1.5 meters. Let's have a look. Hit the old raid button. Let's see, who have we got? We got 8-Bit Elliot doing some Satisfactory. We'll give him a raid. Satisfactory's a cool game.
Roger that. And on my end, Crafty is doing Lego. So we're going to do that.
Alright, thanks for joining me for another painting stream.
Cheers, Mr. Capac. It was fun.
I will catch you next time.
Short one, but yeah. Catch you for the next one.